Good evening all. What a day, and I see everyone's already talking about it. In honour of the occasion today, I have updated my Windows backdrop. This has to be the best, how it started and how it's going image, like encapsulated all in one, that I've ever seen. It was an absolutely amazing achievement by SpaceX today. We were just awestruck. I never expected it to get grabbed first time. My expectation for today was for the booster to make it to the pad, but to not align with the chopsticks and basically just drop onto the launch mount. The fact that it got aligned perfectly, like centimeter precision on two tiny little pins, it's just amazing. Hats off to SpaceX. This is why SpaceX are such an inspiration. The things they achieve that everyone says is impossible, and they just keep achieving the impossible. Really, really cool. Amazing. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing all the different streams that were done. I know that that Tim usually does like 4K slow motion videos as well, so it'll be good to see some of those. You did, Don, you did. Can they pull it off twice? I think we're going to find out quite soon. Apparently Flight 6 has already been approved by the FAA, so they should be able to turn around Flight 6 reasonably quickly. Ah, yes, and Falcon Heavy as well. The old double landing, which is always good to watch too. Yeah, same. I've been looking at everyone's videos, and it's amazing. You see crowds of people on beaches and in hotels and things, and everyone just roars with excitement when it grabs the booster. It's just pure, unbridled, just emotion, and it's so great to see that from what is essentially just an engineering challenge. People are so into this and so excited about human spaceflight and the achievements that SpaceX are making, to the point where it's just producing raw emotion, and that's just amazing to see. And I don't think we've really seen that since the Apollo era. Yeah, very exciting. I'm afraid my stream's going to be quite boring compared to that. Yeah, sorry, I'm pretending to be NASA spaceflight today. Right, and now on to another Starship. But yeah, if you haven't seen the SpaceX landing today, and if you haven't, then where have you been? Yeah, highly encourage people to go and watch it, because that's just... Today was one of those history-making moments. Today is the day that a heavy lift for vehicles became fully reusable, and that's just incredible. 150 tons reusable to space. It's going to revolutionize low Earth orbit and what we can do in orbit. It's just the sheer amount of mass that we can take into orbit now. It's going to open so many doors for orbital manufacturing and moving heavy industry off of Earth and into space. It's feasible now. Yes, sorry. I need to remove the NSF logo from the picture. Well, slightly less epic. I have been busy though. So actually, if we just run it and take a look, assuming I've not broken too much. So I think we're definitely on the home stretch with getting these sensors sorted. And to the best of my knowledge, and picking away all the different things, I think everything on the GPS mode is done. I can't think of anything else that needs doing on the GPS mode, and that includes on the holo display as well. So just to give you a brief overview, I've added just a little information screen under the mode select there. We had a bit of spare space, just a bit of screen real estate that wasn't being used, so I figured it's a good place to put some stats about the sensors. So that can be a real-time health value for the actual physical hardware that the sensors use, and the maximum range can be affected by the array condition, so it's good to have that visible as some stats on the screen. In terms of the alignment of this and the holo display, so you can see here we can either focus the display on the ship or on our manual location. If we just give it a different location completely, so you can see that our indicator there is moving. The other thing I did actually, if I hop up, is I've made the little red blob true to scale. So that is how big one sector of space is. That little cube truly represents one sector. So that little bit there is 100 light years on each axis. That just kind of shows you how big the galaxy is. And then if we align the display to that, so we press that, so we've just doing the display alignment. I've renamed this to alignment because it makes more sense. And I've also renamed this to display zoom. And these buttons are now inverted. So plus takes you in, minus takes you out. I think pretty much everyone was asking for that, so that's now the case. The numbers are obviously, they decrease when you press plus and increase when you press minus. That simply represents the visible display range. But you can see that as we zoom in, we can zoom right in on what is that full sector of galactic space. So you can truly see the scale of things. So what you see here and what you see here are fully matching one another. So you can see there that everything is locked into place where it should be. And same there as well. You can see the target flicking across. So all that's working. The little nudge buttons here are working. And see, I'm clicking it quickly, and you can see that all the data here is updating instantly as we scroll around, which is nice. It's no longer lagging. I fixed the region type. You can see that as we move into the lighter area, it correctly shows you that it's a spiral arm. And as we move out of that area, it now says inter-arm. So it's properly reading the texture, which it wasn't doing before. I fixed the display of LT and Y class on here. I haven't quite worked out why it's counting the same number on each one, and it doesn't seem to matter which sector you look at. It's still counting exactly the same number of each, so that's just something on the back end I need to look into. What else? So these work, so you can go next. Give it a number, flip it positive or negative. Yeah, so I think that's about it really. So everything on the GPS mode is done. So we can tick that off and move on. Now on the long range, I've been doing some work on here as well. Chief of which is connecting the manual sector to this. Oh, and that's another point actually. I've renamed this to manual sector rather than manual location. And you'll see that when you switch this, it says sector rather than manual, because what it's actually doing is it's bringing up all of the stars within the sector that contains this this galactic coordinate. Thank you, Crazy Frank. Appreciate it. So you can see that as we do that, there's a few things that need sorting here, because it's not updating, but we shall fix that. So that's the Sol sector, that's our manual sector, and it's not switching back. So some bits need fixing on here, but we do have our manual sector, and that's the main thing. You can see it's not rendering on here yet. It was earlier. I managed to break that today, but basically when you zoom in and out, you just get a cube of stars. But we'll have that fixed by the end of today's stream. The other thing, of course, is this also has a little display screen now. We're using the LGAS array. LGAS stands for Low Gain Astrometry Survey. So that's the long-range sensors. That's the actual physical array that'll be modelled and present on the ship as physical hardware. There will also be an HGAS array for the medium range, which will just be a high-gain astrometry survey system, something like that. Yeah, bit of a mouthful. No, I've not checked the CME forecast. Hopefully, we're all right tonight. So you'll notice it says passive scan, just to show us the data we've got. If I just reset that a sec to bring Sol back. Now if we well, let's scan this one as it's there. So you can see we've got 0% on here. If we go ahead and give this a scan, but I don't think I've even told you about this yet either. I'll get to that. But if you look where it says passive scan there under current mode, when I initiate the survey, you can see that now that's actually flashing active survey. And you can see that we now have 1 bar on these planetary entries to indicate that we've done a level 1 scan. So that's our initial scan. If we go back and look at a system, I suppose Alpha Centauri, where we've done the medium range scan, then you can see that we now have 2 bars on each of these, because it represents that we now have level 2 scan data for these objects. And of course an actual short range scan is what's needed to take each one of these up to 3 bars. So you can do up to 2 bars by just doing a survey, and then each one needs to be done individually to give you that final last little bit. I did have them all the same size physically, but then I went with the idea of making the bar bigger depending on the detail of the scan, and I think that works quite nicely. But again, you'll see that it flashes active survey over here when the hardware is actually actively doing something. Luigi, yes, we spoke about that literally as the stream started. SpaceX absolutely nailed it today, and they are an inspiration, to be sure. Oh, I also fixed this as well, so we can now be on the right one. We can filter these. Not that it's working now. It was working earlier. It will be working again by the end of the stream. Just needed a reload. Yeah. So see, it does actually work. It's just obviously it seems to work situationally, which we need to have a look at. Yeah, so yeah, we could do, but it's more of a per object thing. So you're targeting these things individually. So I guess it's good to see that that individual object has that much scan data associated with it. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I think I just prefer this, to be honest. So yeah, other than just fixing a little bit of the bugginess, I think the long range sensors are also practically finished. Obviously we just need to sort out some of the data here, and the way I'm going to handle the slow reveal of the information is we need to have a think about what information we're going to reveal on which scan level, and then we'll have just have it say unknown when you haven't scanned to that much detail yet. That's about that. On the holo display, which is something else I've been working a lot on right now, looking at just the map, obviously when you click each one of these, we want the sensor target to appear, just so you can just see which one you're targeting. I should be able to get that done on stream as well. But when you click on view detail, I actually want to turn this into the orrery at that point. So we'll have just a simple orrery map focused on the star, and then maybe have zoom switch to AUs for that as well, so that you can view the orrery map of any system in the galaxy from the long range sensors. And obviously, it will only have access to whatever information level you have available, given your scan history of that system. And then obviously the medium range is just the full orrery map. That again, which isn't showing right now because I've changed a few bits on the holo display. Again, in terms of completion, I think we're practically there on the medium range. I need to have a think about these buttons and how we're using those, and I think we need to use this screen real estate maybe to filter out surface details, but we'll have a think. There's a lot of wasted space here, so we'll have to think about what we can fill it with. Yeah, the view details aspect of it is you're looking at long range data. So the medium range sensors obviously have a range associated with them. Now, right now I don't have the info box on there. All 4 modes will have the same box here with all the same information on them. The GPS and the long range are effectively unlimited. They're no different than a telescope. They just sense what's coming into them. The medium range is more of an active scan, and that will have a limited range to it of half a light year. And then the short range will have a much more limited range again, probably in the region of 2 to 3 million kilometers. Welcome to the stream, Build Your CNC. Good to have you on board. Yeah, missing star types, they'll all be added in time. And things like rogue planets, essentially all of the things on here are going to be added. Obviously neutron stars is a bit of a catch-all statement, because you've got like pulsars and magnetars. They're all essentially under the neutron star blanket. Yes, Aaron, it will make it clear on here the effective range of each sensor mode. Station to the left of the sensors, that's going to be comms. Comms and sensors are going to be similar in how they work. So where on the sensors you have a list of targets that the sensors can see within their range, you'll have a similar list on the comms panel of signal sources. So things which are sending or receiving or open to signals. So something like a distress call would come up on the comms panel, not the sensors panel. The moon data will be coming in, if not the next patch, the one after. I'm hoping to get it into the next patch. The thing with moons is that we need to have a data structure whereby we tie moons to their corresponding planets, and then we start building a tree of orbital objects. So at the same time as adding moons, we'll be adding multi-star systems, because they're kind of connected in the way that the data is stored. Because we need things like, essentially a hierarchical data storage, because we have a berry center, and then that berry center will have one or more stars, and then obviously planets around both or either of those stars, and then you could have a quad star system where you've got two sets of two. So you've got two binaries. Each of those binary sets of stars have a barycenter, and then of course there's another barycenter that they are both orbiting around. So those barycenters need to be included in the data model so that we can build the hierarchical tree of that star system. And then of course, moons and even moons of moons need to be taken into account as well. So it's it's just adding moons is a lot more complicated than just chucking some moons in, because the hierarchical data structure and the way that we manage and store that data all needs to be built at the same time, which is why we don't have moons or multi-star systems yet. Yes, I did all the modelling myself. It's been an iterative trial and error process over a number of years, and this is kind of the third iteration of the bridge model, although there will be a fourth, because we're having that dome in the middle is being replaced by a window, and then the holo display is going to be a ring that goes around there. So if you think about a ring of projectors all kind of pointing down towards the middle of the bridge, that's what that will look like. And removing this dome and putting a window there, gives you a lot more kind of verticality to the bridge, and when you're looking at a planet you'll see it up as well as forwards, and it also gives the holo display a bit more room to breathe vertically. Yeah, touch wood, the stream has actually been solid. I changed the stream mode on YouTube, so it's not doing like the super low delay mode, which means chat is delayed by 3 to 4 seconds, but that seems copable. And the settings in OBS was 10 kilobit for the video upstream, which is way overkill for a 1080p stream. So I've halved that to 5 kilobits, and it seems to be all right. I agree, CSI, very much so. Yeah, CSI helped. We did a test stream on the Discord, and everything seemed to go smoothly, which is nice. Although we did do the test stream in the middle of a G4 geomagnetic storm, so that was fun. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you overload the reactor, then basically it shuts down. It just overheats and shuts down. Eventually, obviously, that will damage components, but we don't have sub-components to be damaged yet. But we will do. Yeah, I had a vague pink glow from here down in south of England, but that's about it, really. Claire happened to be up north on that night, and she had a much better view than I did. Okay, so with that all having been done, we have a wild Claire appearance. Are you just passing through? I am. Ah, okay. She's not staying. She's just passing through. She has a canary, like Tweety Pie onesie. Oh, people are going to demand pictures now, aren't they? Yeah, she's now completely canary yellow.
Hey everyone!
Yeah, Claire does loads to help. So I do all of the development activity, be it modeling, coding, or anything else within the engine that needs doing. And then Claire does basically everything else. So she handles the social media, she deals with sorting out the backers when they back the game. She handles the emails. She manages my inbox for me because I'm just way too busy to check anything. She'll even manage my DMs on Discord and stuff. So it's fair to say that Claire basically does everything else. And Claire actually got some t-shirts made up for me and her, and mine says lead developer on the back, and hers is like a list of like 10 things from like HR to like secretary. Yes, Anasi. Once the reactor is modelled in more detail, there will be a lot more freedom in overloading things and making things run hot at the cost of damage. Yeah, just a point there that Delta's mentioned is that we didn't realise until literally today that YouTube take 30% on super chats, which is way higher than I expected. So just, if you do drop us a super chat, just bear that in mind. YouTube do take 30%. Full disclosure and all. It's true, she's always the boss. Yeah, Ko-fi doesn't charge a fee. I mean, technically, in order to not have fees, you need to pay a monthly subscription. So it's kind of feeless and kind of not at the same time, but it's not much of a subscription. Yeah, and along with stream elements, which again, so this is another example of what of the kind of thing that Claire does. She'll go off and investigate stream elements and things of that nature, and I don't need to get involved with that. I just trust that she knows what she's doing, and then she'll come and nag me if she needs help with something. This is actually sort of not so much an argument, but a debate that's had in the indie dev community. People argue that, is this a solo developer game? What constitutes a solo developer game? Technically, until we employ more people, I'm the only developer, but there are so many other things that need doing in a studio as part of a game development. So, technically, if you're a solo developer, but your partner or friend or whatever is doing everything else, then that's still not technically a solo game. Is it only a solo game if you have one person doing absolutely everything? So yeah, it's an interesting debate on semantics. I tend to not get involved. I just get on with deving stuff. Anyway, that's enough waffling on. Let's do something. Right, yeah, so I guess continuing on from what I've been doing this week, we just need to go through the sensors page by page, fixing and refining and just polishing it all up. So let me just remind myself a second. Okay, so we click the long range button and we have everything we expect to see. We then switch the focus. Right, so these buttons do work. So let's move it to a different sector. So when we click switch focus, we get our updated sector information. We don't have it on the holo display, so that needs sorting. Switch the focus back and it doesn't work. So that needs resolving. We're good for the display for that one, but not for that one. Zoom should work. Yeah, that's all good. And the filter is kind of working. Oh yeah, that's something else I did, which I kind of amused myself with, because I'm easily amused. If we zoom out, so you see here I've got F-class star selected, and if I change that to say G-class or K-class, if you look, it's still drawing all the other stars, but it's kind of grayed them out, so it only highlights the particular one you've got selected in colour. That was one of those, like, 3 AM moments of inspiration that I had. So go down to M class, you can see that it's only highlighting the M class stars. It's a simple thing, but I thought that was quite cool. Right, so that obviously does work, and wasn't working on that, or was it working on that? Oh, it is working on that now. Okay, now it's not. Okay, so it is working there, but not there. Yeah, this is a test map, so like the ship doesn't exist. It's just literally just the bridge with half the ceiling missing. Yeah, if I walk out the door, you can see that we are literally not on the ship. This is just the test map. And the funny thing is, because everything is like properly simulated, I even have to give it electrical supplies and things just to make it work, which is kind of nice. And you might be interested to know that's the box that's generating all the planet textures. It's a little server. Yeah, so with Unreal 5, you've got 64-bit world coordinates, which is a very, very big number. I use my own origin rebasing system that I wrote, which essentially rebases the ship's position every half a light year. So if you think of the world origin in the middle, and then you've got half a light year in any direction, that gives you your 1 light year cube. So as soon as you hit the edge of that 1 light year cube, it teleports you to the opposing edge, and then it increments your galactic coordinates by 1. So all you're actually doing when you're flying across the galaxy is you're flying from side to side in the same cube. So the ship is never physically more than half a light year from the origin point of the game world. And that's actually reduced further because we downscale the actual simulation of the physics and everything. So although it might be half a light year logically, it's not half a light year sort of physically within the physics engine. So yeah, so basically you're flying from side to side in the same cube over and over, and then we spawn and despawn star systems within that same cube. And that's how we managed to fit like literally the entire galaxy into what is essentially a first-person shooter engine. Does the long-range scan page update after performing a medium-range scan? Yes, Firstus, it does. That's been fixed. Let's double check that though, because it's good to check these things. So if we go to ROS 128, and we will cheat our way there. There is ROS 128. So right now, ROS 128 is 0% explored. If we go on to the medium range, again, everything's 0%. We initiate our medium range scan, and this should take the whole system up to what is essentially level 2 of exploration data. Like so. So all of these now have 2 on them. Now that should now show 25% on the long range scan. Which it does. So ROS 28 is now showing 25%, and that should save between sessions as well. So again, just to remind everyone, the long range scan is worth 10%, the medium range scan is worth a further 15%, that gives you your 25% total, and the however many planets there are is divided up into the final 75%. So that's 75% divided by however many planets there are, and that's how much each planet will be worth in that particular system. Yep, still there. I had to hold my breath when clicking that then. It's like, please work, please work. Hey, Scotty. Oni Noni, yeah, that's an interesting point. Being able to move and independently control the holo map. I think in the next updates, we need to make this interactive physically so that you can walk up and physically click on a star to target it as the captain. I think captain's controls that are physically interactive for the holo display is how we would achieve that. So, like if you've got a planet and you can spin the planet round pressing the buttons here, that has no effect on the output over here. So that can be an independent control that appears floating in space so that the captain can control the holo display. Maybe even have like zoom controls as well. Independent of what's on here, or have it so that the captain can override the zoom controls on here. Again, the holo display is supposed to be the primary way of the command staff interacting with the data in and around the ship. So, this is the main interface for everything. Yes, on only drawing a line. That's definitely doable. In fact, one of the things I want to do is draw a breadcrumb trail as well. So it will track every star system you visit and then draw a line between them. So that as you're flying around the galaxy, you're literally drawing a line everywhere you go. Which of course everyone's going to use for drawing giant galactic-sized penises, but hey, that's just the world we live in. Yeah, the YouTube player doesn't well, A, doesn't work right now, and B, doesn't support live streams, so it only plays pre-recorded videos. Right, what should we fix first? Right, so let's fix the fact that the manual sector is not displaying anymore. It should be something relatively straightforward because it was working earlier today. So what I've changed with the way the holo display works is moving on from having the single data object that we're using here from the sensors, and when the sensors update their data container, that is broadcast out for anything else in the game that might need it. So the holo display basically picks that broadcast up and then uses rep notify to manage what's displayed on the holo display. So you press a button on the sensors, the sensor's data object is updated, that gets broadcast out, holo display picks it up and then checks what sensor mode has been selected and then acts accordingly. So if I go into the GPS one, for example, you can see that I've tidied this up greatly. It's all properly commented and laid out now, and the code for actually positioning the galaxy itself and all of the various targets and things, I've really optimized this now. I still can't remember why I'm doing this bit. I think it's something to do with the fact I'm taking the radius, which is why it's 0.5, but I can't remember why. But what we're doing is we're setting the galaxy position now just as a vector, and then when we go ahead and place things like the ship indicator, we're just offsetting from that vector. So whatever that vector is plus the offset from the ship position, and indeed for the target indicators as well. So the sensor target, the manually selected sector, and the current nav target should now all properly display on the holo display. In fact, let's just double check that. Right, so if we go like somewhere very much not where we are, so let's go there. Right, so we selected that location. If we now bring that up and select, say, that star system, that should be reflected on here. Ah, yeah, it is. There you go. See, so you can see that our sensor target is now actually displaying on the galactic display. And if we send that to the helm real quick, so selected, send it to the helm, go back to that. So sensor target there, nav target there. As soon as I press this button here, that should move the nav target there as well. So you can see both the nav and sensor target is in the same place, as well as the manual sector indicator as well. So again, that should be every bit of functionality we could possibly need catered for on the GPS mode. So we just need to make sure that all these indicators are also present on here as well. Display, where are you? Yeah, so now that I've gone through and really sort of refined how this is working, it's a case of doing the same thing for each of these other modes so that they are just as well refined and just as reliable and kind of bulletproof in multiplayer. So I've started doing that here. So similar deal, we handle our resets in case we want to redraw the whole thing. we work out where our route is for essentially, this would represent where Sat J is in terms of holo display, and then we obviously set the galaxy in that position, and then we offset things like the ship indicator. As before, we offset that from the route. So similar to that, all we need to do for the nav target and the sensor target is simply grab that as a vector and replace the ship coordinates with that instead. So if we get our sensor target, I suppose the other thing that's different from before as well is that I'm now using a scene component for handling where those things are. Before, they were child objects of the actual mode that the sensors was on, and now they're separate scene components, which means they can be moved around as needed without having to have duplicates of them on each mode. Hang on, Just Dark, I can solve that for you. There you go. Does that help? Yeah, that was an interesting conversation about pulsars, actually, because I was incorrectly under the assumption that pulsars were only really valuable if their giant death beam was facing you, because obviously the reason you see the burst of energy is because as they're spinning, that beam is obviously pointing right at you. But apparently they do pulse 360 degrees in terms of their radio output. So you don't necessarily have to just be in range of the beam for them to be useful as a pulsing object. So we can use pulsars for navigation within the game. So that would be the lore description as to how the actual GPS works. So that spinning dish that's above the bridge, that's the GPS dish. So what it's doing is it's sniffing out all the pulsars around the ship, and then comparing that to its known catalogue of pulsars to work out where you are. So that one, to make sure that I'm not clearing this value when you press the details button, otherwise we lose our focus. So the nav target is what's reported by the ship flight system, so that's nothing to do with the sensors. That's actually brought in from somewhere else. That's why I make so many mistakes. I'm too busy chatting rather than concentrating what I'm doing. Yeah, like this. So that needs to be that. So we don't need to run that select, that can just go straight in there. So hopefully that alone should fix the sensor indicator. I was a PHP web developer in a former life, so I'm quite happy not to be writing code. Although I will need to eventually. There's a bunch of things which need converting to C++, so I'm going to have to get my hands dirty at some point. So if I target Alpha Centauri, we should see that appear. Ah. Excellent. Right, and so what's that one? That's HIP 57367. Where's that? So if I send that one to the helm, we should have of course, I just move the sensor target, didn't I? Right, so let's move the nav target to there. Right, and if we move the sensor target somewhere else, like there. Yep. Perfect. Does it persist through there? Yes, it does. Good. Yeah, Unreal's built on C++, and blueprints are actually just a wrapper for C++. So all the different blueprint nodes are exposed C++ functions. And you can make your own nodes as well. Like some of the things I'm using are nodes that I've written in C++ and exposed as blueprints. So I can then access that C++ code within a blueprint as a node. Okay, so we've got our targets back on the holo display, which is nice to see. We've been missing them for about 5 months. Yeah, the reason that you don't want to use blueprints is because the engine has to run an emulation layer to essentially convert blueprints into C++ at runtime. So things that run on tick, for example, are really quite slow in blueprints compared to C++. I mean, they're not like crazy slow, but they are much slower than they would be if they were a native C++ function, because you've got that emulation layer running. If the thing you're doing in blueprints is not real time, then there's very little in the way of drawbacks from using blueprints beyond lack of certain engine features, because blueprints only have available what Epic have exposed from the code as blueprints, which is why some things require custom code to make your own blueprint nodes. But if everything Epic have exposed is all you need, then blueprints are fine. I mean, there are plenty of games which are made purely in blueprints and are perfectly decent. Yeah, Firstus, me too. It's just those little things, isn't it? Those little quality of life things. Just being able to see what you've just clicked on is yeah, really very handy. I don't have to convert all of it, just a few individual components. So things like the lights, for example. So the lights are constantly tracking where the player is because Unreal doesn't have light culling or light visibility culling as part of the engine. I have no idea why they wouldn't include that natively within the engine, but lights do not visibility cull. I think they possibly frustum cull, but they certainly don't occlusion cull. So if you've got a light behind a wall, even though you can't see the light, that light is still costing performance because it's not being culled. So there's no visibility culling. So I've had to write my own system for that, which uses a blueprint function which is running on a timer. So it's not running on tick, but it is running on a timer. Blueprint timers generally are more performant than tick if you're running them on the blueprint. I think that's because tick requires running the whole blueprint, whereas if you're running a function on a timer, it's only running that function individually. But yeah, that code needs converting to C++ so that I can then stick it on tick instead. But then Megalights might solve that, and we don't even need that at all, which would be nice. CIG use Lumberyard as their engine. At least last I heard it was a heavily modified version of Lumberyard. I don't know what Lumberyard is natively. Oh, let's Google it and find out. Lumberyard codebase. Lumberyard is C++, yeah. Artist in the Machine. My personal experience of that has been quite the opposite. So something that like the electrical system does, like these cables, for example. I'm lost. Right, so these guys here, what they do on begin play is they seek out what their attached device is. So what they'll do is they will do a get all actors with tag, and they'll search for actors that have that particular tag, i.e. that's their name. If that's not available, and these devices are constantly looking for that device and constantly running a get all actors function, it literally reduces the game to the point of being unplayable. Like, we're talking less than 1 FPS unplayable. There are about 400 or 500 cables running it, of course, so it's obviously, it's being spammed crazily, but having a few hundred actors all doing get all actors like once per second, because it's not even doing it frequently, once per second, but of course, when you've got 400 actors, that's 400 actors per second, and that will literally run the game to a standstill. Yeah, I'll definitely give that a watch. But what I've done with these to stop that from happening is that they will try 3 times to find their connected device, and if they can't find it, they give up, because otherwise it does drag the game to a standstill. Yeah, they do a bit, Scotty, yeah. I would say that Star Sim and Star Citizen are so vastly different that I don't think they would be compatible on any level, to be honest. I mean, having like things like physics grids and separate physics per ship would be a really nice thing to have. But with the way that we're building the galaxy and managing planets and things, I just don't think Star Engine is kind of the direction we're going in. I mean, we're doing non-real-time planetary landings, which means our surface environments are essentially a static environment. You'll still see the sun rising and planets moving overhead, but the ground is static. But because the ground is static, that means we have the full suite of UE5's procedural generation tools available to us. So, if you look at any demo of Unreal's PCG tools, you can see that the Unreal surface environments are, I would say, a step above Star Citizen. Some of them are like truly photorealistic, and there's no reason why our planets can't be that detailed. All we need is the right assets for it. So, I think we're well placed with the engine we've chosen to be able to deliver planets the way we want to do them justice. Oh, thank you, Wooden Ships. Yeah, you're very welcome. This is our dream game as well, and very much a passion project. I mean, people often use the term passion project as a criticism towards the game, like, oh, it's just a passion project. But I think that's a benefit, more than a detriment. Because it's a passion project, this is one of those things which is going to forever be loved and worked on, and this is my baby, and I will continue to work on this until the day I die. With Claire complaining behind me, like, aren't you retired yet? And I'll be like, just one more thing. Right, so that worked. So that's good. Right, so the next thing we need to fix is this. Right, so we need to make sure that we are doing a full refresh there. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is very much one of my inspirations, to be honest. I've been a big fan of Dwarf Fortress for many years, and it's just gone from strength to strength and just become more and more detailed over time, to the point where it's just mad now. And that's basically what we want to do. And the reason I'm developing it iteratively and starting with a foundation and then building on that foundation and then just continually iterating on that system over and over is because it allows us to just keep growing the game on top of those solid foundations that we're building. It's a very modular design that we've gone with, so each game system is very much a standalone game system with its own solid foundation supporting that system, and then we simply grow and grow that particular system, and then the game as a whole is basically all of those individual systems brought together into the same game world. Yes, you're right, I am 46 years old. I will be... Well, actually, no, I'm not 46 yet. I will be 46 in 10 or 11 days. Hang on, where are we? 12 days, 25th. So I shall be 46 years old on the 25th of October. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to cling on to 45 as long as I can. I'm quietly dreading 50. I'm not looking forward to that. Thank you. And that's one of the things I love about the community that we're growing around the game. We definitely seem to be a community of much older gamers. And again, I think that's because of the subject matter. You know, we're invoking, you know, classic sci-fi from the 80s and 90s. That's kind of that's the feeling we want from the game. So you've got that, you know, nostalgia from people of our age group and our generation. I think we need to do some debug spam with this. So the manual sector, we definitely have the data for it because we're rendering that out on the UI. And we're definitely passing that through. Okay, so when it comes to rendering the stars, let's do a quick count on this and see how many we're actually getting. Let's do it by way of text so that we can make it a bit more sensible. See what that gives us. If that reports 0, then the problem is elsewhere. Okay, so we had 6,000 there, and 6,000. Doing it twice. Interesting. Wait a minute. Why is it showing them? So when I'm using the plus button, it's generating the same stars, which means they are actually there. They're just over there somewhere where you can't see them. I switch that back. So it's definitely taking up 3,000 stars. Is it not rendering them? Okay, so we know we know this array has all the stars we need in it. This will be why it's failing on this. So yeah, so we're not drawing them if they are longer, further away than our long-range scan distance. Which means we technically have to draw them all at once, because actually no. We need to measure the distance to the center point of our manual coordinates. Hang on, my brain's getting there. Right. Yeah, because so I had to write this today. Basically, when we retrieve a manual sector previously, we were literally just generating the sector data and throwing that back to the thing that's requesting it. What we weren't doing is we weren't filtering or sorting that. And our sort function is an async function. So, of course, because it's async, you can't run it within a function. It has to be done from the event graph, which means that it can't be done within a blueprint interface function. So instead, what I've done is I've split it into two separate blueprint interfaces, whereby we have a blueprint interface for triggering the request. And again, we are recording our requesting actor, which is something we do quite a lot, so that we have a return path to send another blueprint interface back to where the original request came from with the data that we've requested. So it's not quite as encapsulated as all being like a single function which spits out our required value, but doing it this way means that we can use an async tool within what we're doing. But of course, this filter and sort is measuring the distance against the ship's galactic coordinates, which we don't want to do if it's a manual thing. However, that having been said, we do want it to do this because we need the UI to list distance to the ship, because we just double check on this a minute. So if we so that's 26,000 and invert the value, right, that gives us our, actually, no, we don't want to invert the value, do we? Right, so that sets over there, so miles and miles away. Now obviously the distance that's being displayed is the distance to the ship, and the stars are ordered by distance to the ship. So if we go to our manual sector, you can see that these stars are all listed as being 52,000 light years away, correctly, as you'd expect them to be. But because they're 52,000 light years away, and we are calculating that right here, that's exactly where we get that value from. That means when we do the holo display, and then we work out whether or not to display that value, of course that's way further than the sensors, which means we need an override here, which basically says either it's less distance than that, or that equals manual. So if we stick an or boolean in there, then that basically covers both scenarios. But this does mean that in the case of the current sector there, 3,000 stars, it is going to have to draw all 3,000 of those stars on the holo display every time it refreshes. The only other way that we could avoid that is by measuring the distance every time we run this, which of course we want to avoid really, because otherwise we're running this every time on a per star basis every time we refresh the display. So that's running this 3,000 times when you press the button, which we don't necessarily want to do. You want to do it once and then have it done. And we can't do it at this point here because we don't want to break the distance to the ship. So I suppose we could add an additional data point on the struct for manual distance and then read that value separately. That's probably the best solution. We'll just have another distance variable on here. Yeah, I could do. Let's just see how terrible this is in a minute. Okay, so I need to hook these buttons up. They don't do anything yet. So that's no good. So let's just do it from here. Fortunately, they share the same settings. There we go. Now we're seeing it. So if we zoom out of the display, I mean that's not terribly slow, to be honest. That is what one sector of space looks like. So if obviously it's offset because our coordinates are at the bottom there. So if we set that to 100 and we set that to 100, then that's essentially the center of the sector. So if we go back to the long range, you can see that it's now aligned to the middle of the display. So that is 1 cubic sector of space. And this is why I renamed this to sector and manual sector, because what we're doing is we're essentially querying one given sector of the galaxy rather than what's around the ship at any particular one time. So technically it's a cube map, yeah. Yeah, a center button would be useful, but I think with the way that this is being used, because I debated doing away with having the galactic XYZ and instead having the actual sector coordinates. So if we look over here, we can see that our sector ID is -26701. So that's where the ship is, so that's that. And then that one is 261.1. So you would type in 261.1 here to bring up that particular sector. But if we do it like that, and if we do it like that, then it will always be centered in the middle. What if you wanted to look at like this star over here and have a closer look at what's around that star over there? That would make that impossible. So by having it focus on the galactic coordinates, it means you have that freedom to focus on one particular bit of the sector, which I think ultimately is more user friendly, more useful in the long term. Technically there is no between sectors, so the closest thing we could get to that would be if we put this at 199 and then let's just set us right in the corner of any sector. So you can see the display is now right on the edge. Is it? No, it's not. Hang on. So if 100 is in the middle, oh no, sorry, it'd be 149, wouldn't it? Yeah, so, oops. Oh, no, can't do it on that one. 149, 149. That should be the edge of the sector. Yeah, there we go. So you can see that the midpoint there is right on the edge of the sector. And then if you obviously increase that by 1 digit, it loads up the next sector. But actually, while we've got this here, let's just check that the target works. Yes, it does. Down there, And of course, because it's ordered by distance to the ship, and all of these stars are on this edge here, because this is the closest edge to where the ship is. If we go around to the bottom, you're looking at the other edge because that's the furthest from where the ship is. And yeah, so of course if we zoom in now, we're zooming in on 49 location. So I suppose another issue with this is that it's not redrawing the sensor's UI with that number of planets. So if we go down to 10, yeah, there should only be a couple of star systems drawn there, and of course we've still got the whole full lot here. So because of that, we do need that additional data point in order to store that data. And actually, if I zoom out a bit, another issue I've just spotted is that it's drawing the stars far outside of the border of the holo display. So we need to reduce that a little bit. If we open up that, this is the material I'm using for drawing the stars, and as you can see, they've got a mask at the edge there just for disappearing when we get too far. So if we set that to 250, it's brought that in slightly so it's more spherical. Let's just minimize that a minute so we can see it properly. So that stops them from drawing outside of the holo display. And you can see they start to fade out as they go beyond the edge of the display. Once we get the dome removed and the window put in, then this holo display can actually be a bit bigger. And I might make it a cylinder rather than a sphere as well. I think having a cylinder of stars there would probably be more useful in terms of just displaying more. Okay, so that works now. So to do that properly then, yes I can, and I'll show you what it looks like if you get rid of it. So, where are we? Holo display, long range sensors, that's basically that. So if we make it so that doesn't show up. The reason that that's there is because without it, it can be quite hard to see everything. So without the black background, everything just kind of blends in with the scenery. But we can add it as a toggle. It's very easy to turn it on and off, so we can certainly add it as a toggle. Probably on the actual holo controls. So again, so that from the command chairs you can select which bridge station to see the output from, and then you can maybe have some floating holo controls to have more of a fine-tuned output, depending on the captain's preferences. I can't actually turn the lights off because we don't have any buttons or controls. Let's move that star out of the way a minute. Yeah, we'll have it as a button you can turn on and off within the display itself. So not for this build, but for the next one, when we start dealing with the holo display interaction. We can set it as a toggle then. It's one of those quick wins, really, to be honest, because it's just an extra button you can press. It's an extra bit of functionality, and it's really simple to add. So it's definitely a quick win. This is my test map, so I haven't got that there. Problem is, there isn't one. Because this is a test map, I don't have any of the buttons. Yeah, the ability to change the logo and such. We will look at how we're going to handle things like that, because obviously there's a lot of desire for the ability to import custom content within the game. So yeah, change the name of the organization, change the logo that's on the floor, custom pictures on the wall, that sort of thing. There's a lot of desire for that, even like custom uniform textures and such. I think, yes, ultimately it would be good to support that in some way. We just need to have a think about how we do that in in a safe way, because in a multiplayer session we can't have people just uploading really inappropriate stuff into the game. So it will have to be probably something that's limited to the server host. So if you join a server and that host has put something inappropriate on their ship, then you can just block that person and never have to see their games ever again. That's probably the cleanest way of handling it. Right, so I need to add another data point on this. So I add data points to this particular struct very, very sparingly, because this is what there is usually like 30,000 of before it gets sorted. So that'll be this one. So when the galaxy gen is generating the galaxy data, this is the struct that it's populating. So because there's, as I said, often 30-odd thousand rows in that particular array, every time you add a new variable to this, it's that 30,000 times more. But in this instance, I think it's kind of unavoidable, really. Thanks, Wooden Chips. Appreciate it. I'll give that a try first, just and see. So we've got distance here. This is going to require a full engine restart because of the often mentioned bug that occurs when you edit a struct. So if we just call that manual distance. That should cover all the bases really, because we can then measure our display on the display range versus the manual distance, and that will work for both the UI and the holo display, and then we just need to set that as our measurement on here. So when we're doing the measurement, on here, so when we're doing this, we can just do a switch on whether or not this is focused on the ship or the manual coordinates, and then set either one of these values accordingly. So we're only doing one measurement, one or the other, as needed. Okay, so we need to remember not to save anything else. So we've added our value. We don't need to give it a default value. So I now need to close the engine, and then these are all the blueprints that would have become corrupted had I saved them. So we do not save them to prevent them from being corrupted. We can glory in Starhopper for a moment. Look how empty my project folder is. I don't like it, it's too empty. I'll have to move the Orville and Stage 9 back on there. No, it didn't crash. I had to close it because there is a bug in Unreal Engine where if you edit a struct, so if you change any of these values, then that struct will no longer be valid to any blueprint that references it if you save that blueprint. If you go and compile that blueprint, everything will be working fine. But when you have a struct that's accessed by, say, 20 different blueprints, you literally break 20 blueprints. And then you have to go and compile all 20 of them individually in order to fix them. It's much easier as a workaround if you just edit the struct, only save that struct, quit the engine, and then reload the engine, and then all those blueprints just carry on as if nothing had happened. It is raised as a bug with Epic, but it's been a bug for a good couple of years now, I think. I think it's just so low priority, they just haven't got around to fixing it. Yeah, Delta, I need to add it back. RAJ, yeah, you make a good point, but it's not something that we're going to include. It would overcomplicate traveling the galaxy. So in terms of sensors and just comms and any interaction you have with a planet over distance, it is going to be handled in real time. So we're not going to do any kind of temporal difference between two stars. Obviously, when you look at it, you're looking at it in the past, but for the game's purposes, it's always a real-time view of whatever it is you're looking at. Anything other than that would just be hellishly complicated. Yeah, but it's funny you should ask that, because I've just got a new computer because the other one died horribly. What's all this? And as you can see, I've never used Windows 11 before, so this is all a bit weird for me. So yeah, I have much RAM. It's actually at 192 gig, which was the maximum that this motherboard could support. But even with that, it still uses a whole chunk of it. Like, I'm using 35 gig of RAM right now, which is like more than typical systems even have. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any bottlenecks yet. As you can see, usage figures on everything is very, very low. But RAM, I've always used a lot of RAM, but that's that's development for you. Yeah, it's a beast of a PC. So it's got a Ryzen 9950X and a RTX 4090. So it's definitely a beast. Right, so thanks to that change I just made, we should now be able to do this the way we want to do it. So I guess we need to bring in that vector to there. Zelaf, yes, you are correct. There's a lot of issues with running 4 DIMMs apparently. I've made no effort to clock it up yet. I've just literally installed it and run. I've not tweaked anything. They are 6,400 megahertz DIMMs. So assuming that means they should be running at 6,400 MTS. But yeah, apparently, if you turn them up too much, the system becomes unstable. I don't know, Aaron. Actually, I've not really tweaked or done anything. I've just literally installed all the components and booted Windows and just got on with work. And no, the cooling fans are dead quiet. It's got an all-in-one cooler with 3 fans, and you can barely hear it for the most part. I mean, it's literally sat next to me now, and yeah, you can't really hear it at all. Yeah, I'm definitely running the latest BIOS. It's for anyone that missed me building this thing, it wouldn't post at all, and I thought, oh great, duff motherboard. But it's because the 9950X is so new that the motherboard didn't support it, despite the fact that it's like the motherboard's one of the latest ones that Asus have made. I guess that chip is so new that the BIOS just didn't support it yet, so a BIOS upgrade was all that was needed, and then it posted perfectly. Oh, yes, Dev Shed. Funnily enough, we bumped into the builder today in Morrison's. Small world. Yeah, I was just kind of walking down the Halloween aisle with the kids, and someone tapped me on the shoulder, and it was the builder, and he said, "See you in the morning." So, yes, they will be here tomorrow morning. They're going to be painting all the fences before they do any construction work. But they are apparently going to the lumber yard and getting all the materials tomorrow. So by tomorrow evening, we should have A, painted fences, and B, a pile of lumber on the concrete pad ready to be constructed. We've also been in touch with the electrician today. He's been asking questions like how many plug sockets do you want and where do you want the lights to go and that sort of thing. And to be honest, I don't quite know yet, so we'll wait until the timber frame is up, and then I can kind of have a better idea of measurements and where things need to be. So hopefully the dev shed should be built and finished and me in it within the next couple of weeks. I don't quite know how long it's going to take them to construct it. I mean, ultimately it's going to be a timber frame with a floating floor, and it's going to be clad with these like concrete, like these andesite concrete panels. So they're kind of like grey coloured. we needed those for the burn through. So to meet building regs, it needs a high burn through time because it's less than a meter from the fence. So we had to go with concrete cladding to make sure that we meet that. But yeah, so do the frame, do the cladding, do the soundproofing internally, sort the floor out. Hopefully 2 weeks. Yeah, the more power outlets, the better. I mean, it's not a big building. It's about 3 meters by 6 meters. So, like 1 power outlet per meter of wall space, I think, would do us. Yeah, it's pretty rapid. Yeah, it's going to be fully insulated and soundproofed. In fact, the insulation they're using is also soundproofing, and the plasterboard they're using has like a soundproof back to it, so it should be really, really well soundproofed and insulated. And with the PC humming along in the background, it should be toasty warm. I'd love to put up solar panels, but there's literally nowhere to put them, so sadly we can't. Quinn Blake, sorry, I missed your question. Yes, there will be, at least 12 ships with early access because we've got 12 backer ships to build. And that aside, we'll be releasing lots of ships over time with different sort of design goals in mind. And each expansion that we release will be centered around a brand new ship. So it's like the hero ship. CSI, the electrical feed is a 40 amp cable, so hopefully we're going to be well under that. It'll have its own fuse board as well, so it'll have a separate lighting ring and main, and both of those are on a 40 amp feed, and that 40 amp feed drops straight into our main fuse box. Yeah, it's all coming. It's just time, really. All just takes time. But once this update is out and live, I'm going to be focusing fully on recruitment and getting people on board. Specifically, I really want to get a volumetrics specialist on the project as soon as possible, because we need proper 3D cloud layers on gas giants, and proper 3D clouds driven by noise for every planet that has an atmosphere. So there's a lot of stuff that I need a volumetrics person to do. Proper procedural nebulas, recreations of known real-world nebulas. So a Horsehead Nebula properly in 3D within the game. So you can actually go and fly around the Horsehead Nebula. We need all of this stuff as soon as possible. I also need someone to come and redo the character system pretty much from scratch, using Unreal's new motion matching. So that needs doing. Various interaction things that need fixing and sorting out, like the ability to sit in any chair, including the sofas and benches and things. What else? A couple of generalists just to work alongside me to get more done more quickly. And then I'll probably bring in a third-party company to sort out the website and everything. There's a lot of data wrangling that needs to happen on the website side of things. So it's probably easier to actually just contract a company to do that. Everyone will be remote. I mean, if they want to come and visit the dev shed, they'll be quite welcome to. But They'll all be remote working. Now that the dev shed won't have aircon, we don't tend to have aircon in the UK. It's not really a thing. It's never warm enough for aircon in the UK. Hey Archer. Yeah, all good. We've pretty much got feature complete on the GPS mode, and we're just making sure that we're feature complete on the long range sensors before moving on. And then that's 50% feature complete on the sensors at that point. The concept artist that was working on the engines is done. So we've got that concept essentially just sat there waiting to go. It's not... The concept is brilliant and looks really good. In fact, let me just go and dig it out a sec. Bear with me. Realise I don't actually have Blender installed because it's actually a 3D model. Let me just install Blender, and then once that's installed, I shall load up the concept art because I've actually got a 3D model of it. I'll go through the model once it's loaded up, but essentially it's really good. But certain things need tweaking here and there. So in order for it to be usable, it needs to be fit to the ship structure. And the ship structure needs to be slightly changed at the back to kind of mold into where the cell pylons are going. Anasi, so the concept artists are basically done. So they're done, paid, job complete. We've got one Unreal generalist who is putting a concept together for us. So we basically asked them to prototype a character system, and they're off doing that. So once that prototype has been produced, then I can check it out and see whether or not it's the sort of thing we need. That aside, the other people that we're employing are still waiting to be employed. I haven't had any applications for the shader artist yet, so I need to re-push that recruitment. Well, to answer your question, Aaron, it's already done. Hang on, I'm just finding the file a minute. bear with me. Dropbox is spamming me with stuff. Actually making me fill out a survey before I can access Dropbox. Give me my files already. I think we're almost there. Okay, so this is the concept art for the rear end of the Magellan. Still loading. There we go. Sorry, that was my email. Close that so it doesn't keep making noise. So there's a few things which need changing about this. The actual engines themselves are slightly too big, and because they stick out further than the ring, so the thrust from the engine pods need to fire through the ring, not at it. So some tweaks that need to be done there. The actual pylons need to connect more over here because of where the internal layout goes. The overall shape of this section here, I love. I think that's really, really nice. I love just the detailing on the back. I love the multiple layers of shapes kind of overlapping one another. I mean, the concept artist kind of blended it in with the curve of SeaDeck, which won't really work with the layout that we've got because this is completely covering up the drone, the probe bay. So that would need to be changed. Yeah, this is just the exterior concept, but this is, this is essentially what the finished ship is going to look like once it's got its engines on it properly. So imagine that, but slightly smaller, and connected more at the edges than the middle. Yeah, just scaling it down should do the trick. But yeah, this is kind of, that's what we're looking at. So that's the kind of profiles that the ship's going to have. I think it's, yeah, it looks really cool. Obviously, we still got to build all the engineering and cargo bays and everything underneath yet. So the concept artist actually built a couple of ships for Star Citizen, and I think you can see that Star Citizen influence in the design. We're going to make it slightly more organic, so it's a little bit more Star Sim-y. So yeah, he did a bit of work on the RCS pods as well. So there'll be something like that. Yeah, see the kind of like black and white NASA look is kind of what we were going for. So all of the exposed hardware will have black surroundings. So it will have like black borders, and the hardware itself will be black. And of course, these will be fully modeled on the inside as well. So there'll be stairs running up and running down in the pylons. Yeah, so there we go. There is the final vision for the Magellan. So at some point over the next year, that's what it's going to look like. But obviously, fully polished with hull plating and landing bays here for the airlocks and everything. I can't claim credit for the back, I'm afraid. This is what the concept art is made for us. I basically gave him what I'd already made, and then he built the back. There's still a lot of work to go to bring this to reality. And hello, ODST. Nice to see you. It's been a while. Right, so I need to measure something to something here. So we're setting our manual distance. So we don't want the manual distance on there. We do need to set it from here. So we're measuring distance between that and that. That's our manual distance. We need to know whether or not we are grabbing the single sector as part of a manual sector or not. I don't think there's a situation where we wouldn't be. Yes, I'll be releasing all of the models to backers, including the SketchUp file, everything. So if you guys want to mess about with it and create stuff, then feel free. That is correct, El John Areno. The engine pods at the back are the sublight engines. They are connected to the FTL because the FTL doesn't produce any momentum. The momentum is still produced by the sublight engines. But what the FTL ring does is it amplifies that movement by a percentage of the field strength. So the maximum FTL speed is a combination of the maximum output from the sublight engines multiplied by whatever the maximum field strength is. So I'm just getting my head back around to this. So, so we do still need to record the distance to the ship regardless, because that's how we need to display the distance of the ship on the UI. However, we need this additional variable for controlling the view range. So let's just leave that as is. It does mean we're going to have to obviously pass that value straight through to there. Okay, and then on we don't need that now, so we know that's working. I've got a floaty exec box. Go away, exec box. Thank you. Right, so when we do the long range listing on here, so from the helm, you essentially use whatever output the reactor is giving you. So the reactor will make X amount of power available, and then you choose whether or not to use a percentage of that power. So you can literally just claim all of the power that the reactor is outputting. But it's on the engineering crew as to how much power they're giving you. So if you want to go faster in an emergency, the engineering team have to provide you with that power to be able to then use that power from the helm. Yeah, that's essentially correct for the FTL. I've read various different papers on it, and what the papers fail to take into account is the application of thrust. So I think Alcubierre's paper has that issue as well, whereas the math described in the paper describes the warp effect and the warp bubble and how that works. It doesn't anywhere describe how speed is achieved through that warp bubble. So you still need to push the warp bubble somehow with something. So the way we're using it within the game is it simply is a multiplier of whatever your sublight speed is. And that's speed in the direction the ring is facing as well. So where it could get confusing, I suppose you could call it. If you're, let's say you're flying in a straight line, full burn in a straight line, and the FTL field is on. If you do a rapid flip maneuver with the ship, then all of a sudden the FTL field is off axis from your direction of travel. So you're essentially going to grind to a halt because it can only multiply movement in the direction of the field. So if all of your movement is in a straight line and that field is not pointing in the same straight line, then that's it. You have no momentum at that point. You just have whatever your baseline speed is. Even worse, if you flip the ship around, so you're essentially flying backwards, then the FTL field will amplify your speed negatively, so you'll be moving slower than you normally would. So it works both ways. Yep, so we're going to have it so it's not quite that black and white. So the more you move away from the direction of travel, the less effect the FTL field is going to have, and we'll have it probably cut off at like 90 degrees or maybe even 45 degrees. So you can still do FTL maneuvers. It's just that the prograde direction of the ship needs to catch up, with the ship turning, which means you won't be able to turn on a dime when you're at FTL. You'll have to turn the ship more slowly. We will have readouts on the helm in order to manage that. So we'll probably have maybe a circle with a dot in the middle. So when the dot is in the middle of the circle, that's the maximum efficiency with prograde direction and FTL field. As you start to turn the ship, that dot in the middle of the circle starts to move to the edge of the circle, and if that goes beyond the edge of the circle, then essentially the field will drop because you're completely off axis. But we will explore and delve into that once we really push the whole flight mechanics and subflight model of the ship. Yeah, so if the field collapses non-gracefully, like if something pops or the field is off axis with the direction of movement, then we'll just have it apply some damage. It's probably the easiest way to add some consequence to that. Yeah, exactly that, Devin. So basically, as you're turning the ship, you need to make sure that you keep the little ball in the middle, because you're waiting for your prograde direction to keep up with you. So there's a certain grace to turning the ship at FTL. You can't just like pull on the handbrake and do a 180 because you're just going to immediately collapse the FTL field. So the maximum velocity of the sublight engines is a hot topic, because if we were doing it realistically, then it's whatever the propellant velocity is, which could potentially be very fast. But because it's a game and we need to have some interaction between ships within the game, we do need to put a hard cap on those sublight velocities. So it's probably going to be measured in hundreds of meters per second, or maybe single-digit kilometers per second. We'll have to see. We'll tweak it and balance it through gameplay, but ideally we want ships to be able to maneuver around one another within space at sublight speeds without the corresponding speeds being too high. And it's why in games like Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen, you can't just go full burn with the sublight engines and just have the speed just keep going up and up and up and up, because the approach speeds between two ships would then just be off the scale. And you'll basically just end up with space jousting, because you'll be continually flying past each other at crazy speeds. So we need to limit the speed of the ship's sublight in order to keep ships closer together, if that makes sense. Yeah, I agree. It's not ideal, but it's kind of a necessity. But when it comes to orbital velocities, the game's going to take care of that for you. So it's going to be, I guess, relative speed, because when you're parked above a planet, you will automatically be dragged along a circular spline, which will be that perfectly circular orbit at your current altitude above the planet's surface. The sublight speed of the ship is in addition to that, so you can move, in any direction you like, in addition to the speed that you're already going because you're in orbit, if that makes sense. Yeah, maybe we can have a toggle. So, we could have something like a close approach mode that limits the sublight speed. Because one of the beauties of having a completely one-to-one scale freeform galaxy is that you could literally fly sublight between stars in real time, and it will work within the game engine because it's all physically simulated. So, if someone wanted to fly, say, from Earth to the Moon in real time, that's entirely possible. If you wanted to fly from Earth to Alpha Centauri at 1 light year, then it will literally take you 4 years to get there. So having that within the game, not being able to use that in some ways would be detrimental. So there's going to be a sweet spot there that we need to find, but we just need to get to the point where we've got sublight flight in the game, and then we can mull it over and test it. Yeah, undoubtedly. I suppose the other problem with that is because we're basing FTL speed on sublight engines, if there's no cap on the speed the sublight engines can thrust, then essentially there's no cap on the FTL speed either. So there's definitely some balancing act there. Yeah, exactly, Anasi. We need other things in the galaxy, and it's why like things like wormholes is something I want to add quite quickly, because 1, wormholes are cool, and 2, wormholes require sublight flight because you can't FTL into them. So that's something I want to add quite quickly. Yeah, Jammo, that's a good point. Yeah, the wormholes are going to be kind of interstellar in their approach. I suppose they're going to look a bit like black holes, to be honest. Well, we'll probably have some form of accretion disk around them. Matter being sucked in, matter coming through from the other side. I mean, technically they would just be a black sphere in space, but obviously that's not very interesting to look at. Yeah, starry black holes. It's kind of somewhere in between White Panther. So yes, you can fly anywhere you want, and yes, you can just thrust away from a planet and not have to worry about gravity. But at the same time, there will be a system in the back end managing orbits for you. So when you arrive at a planet, you will be in orbit around that planet. But the back end will calculate that, and you'll essentially be sliding along a spline, and all the things that you're sharing the orbit with will be on splines of their own. And because you're near each other, obviously those splines will be practically overlaid on one another. That's another reason we need a volumetrics artist involved, because again, I can give them wormholes and say, right, make cool looking wormholes, please. So it's worth pointing out again, we are recruiting a volumetrics specialist. So if you are a volumetrics specialist and you work in an Unreal Engine, then please do get in touch. Yeah, so we want the wormholes to look more like what you see in Interstellar, but with some additional visual fluff, because ultimately this is a game and we do want some eye candy. So if you imagine something like a black hole, maybe surrounded by a volumetric cloud, I suppose not unlike the ones in Star Citizen. But the actual wormhole itself will be a black sphere filled with stars. Sublight flight is going to be fully Newtonian, so you'll be able to fly backwards and let momentum carry you. So think Babylon 5, not Star Trek. The wormholes will be in two flavours. The stable wormholes will be two-way, which have a fixed endpoint at each end. The unstable wormholes will only have an entry point. The exit point will be constantly in flux and you will never find it. I want the unstable wormholes to be a bit of an adventure, because you won't know where they go. So when you enter into an unstable wormhole, you literally have no idea where in the galaxy you're going to end up. Or even if you're still going to be in the galaxy, it could put you like way above it somewhere. And because it's going to be procedurally random, every one will be different. And it's one of those things like, do I go through it or not? But then that's the really cool thing about having community mapping projects, because one brave crew needs to be the first crew to go through it to see where it leads. And of course they can then share that information with the rest of the community. And over time, people can start mapping out where these wormholes go. Now, the wormhole will just be the same at both ends visually, apart from the unstable one. So when you exit an unstable wormhole, it will disappear basically as soon as you've come out of it. We definitely need a different visual for the unstable wormholes. Oh, I missed that one. I'm usually good at spotting red dwarf references. I doubt we're going to go as far as having multiple galaxies. I mean, technically we do have enough seed space to have Andromeda within the game. But other than the cool factor of going to Andromeda, I can't think of a gameplay valid reason for including it, other than the fact it's just cool to have. The satellite galaxies around the Milky Way, they will have a genuine purpose within the game. So, like the Magellanic Clouds, I intend to squirrel away some endgame content in those locations. Completely forgot what I was doing now. What was I doing? Oh yeah, so if it's a manual location, then we need to check our manual distance against the long range sensors. That should solve that, and then this one is correctly using just the normal distance. Okay. And then on the holo display, we need to do similar. On here, we also need to do a switch on there, so we don't need that anymore. What we actually need is that there. So if our focal point is the ship position, then we use that one. If it's the manual location, we use that one. And that should fix the fact we have to draw the entire list of everythings. That's a good idea, simply don't roll. Yeah. I do keep telling Claire she needs to get on stream. I need a co-host. Yeah, our galaxy is technically bigger than the one in Elite Dangerous, so it should take even longer to explore, because we're not just dealing with the galactic disk. We've also got the entirety of the galactic halo and all of the satellite galaxies as well. So, yeah, there's a lot more just space that needs exploring. Right, so what were we doing? Let's set our opposing location over there. Right, so we're seeing a distance to the ship working there, and then distance to the ship working there. And I can see already it's only drawing 7, so that's good. So if we then zoom out, There we go. So it's now properly listing the number of objects there based on that additional measurement that we did, whilst retaining the actual distance to the ship. So that is good. Oops, nothing within 5 light years. So I guess the thing that you need to get your head around with this is that when you're on the sector display with the manual location, the zoom is relevant to this location. So that's, if we zoom in a bit, so that's 6 targets within range of this coordinate here. That's what that's telling you. Yeah, exactly, Firstus. It really shows you just how far away Andromeda is. That it would take, even going at 300 light years an hour, it would still take a full year real time to get there, which is crazy. Okay, so the next bug I need to fix with this is the fact that we can change this once. So when we change it from the ship to the manual sector, it works, but then it won't go back. So let's work out what's going on with that. Have a good one, Ian. Thanks for joining as usual. Yeah, for sure. The speed of light is just incredibly slow. Like really painfully slow. I see what we're missing. So what this does is this basically forces it to refresh the display, which is fine, but this is an async request now. So we make the request here, and then the output of that request actually happens on the event graph. So that actually happens down here. So that comes out there, which makes me just wonder actually, why don't we? So if we basically divorce that from that, because that's going to trigger the refresh anyway, by virtue of the fact that it's doing it here. Yeah, so that should technically stop that from happening. Right, so that takes care of that. And then we don't really need to set that. So all we're doing literally is just supplying it with some new data and telling it to update. The simplest of instructions. Let's give that a whirl a minute. How long have I been a dev? Well, it depends what you mean a dev of. So I first wrote my first computer code on the Commodore 64 when I was about 5 years old. Back in the 80s, I used to copy code line by line from input magazines. And I did C++ at college in the 90s. And then I went on to a career of computer engineering and just general networking, which then led me into a career of kind of doing web dev on the side for the most part. But generally being a network engineer. And then I was a change manager for an ISP where I managed a global network, and I did a lot of tools and systems building as part of that. So although I was doing the change management role, I was also building web tools and PHP driven back-end systems to aid in impact analysis and that sort of thing. So I did a lot of data wrangling through PHP. I didn't start with game development until about 6 years ago, but then I've always modded games like throughout my whole life. So ever since I was a teenager, I've been modding and doing that sort of thing. So I guess dabbling my whole life, but not actually doing it full time as a career until about 6 years ago. course, I just realised something I've missed. So by by not doing this part, we are missing out on setting the mode, which is the whole point of this in the first place. But the question is, yeah, I was just about to say, if we're only ever doing this when we're on the manual mode, then we can set this here in the event graph. But there'll be times when you're accessing this outside of the manual mode. So if you just happen to press the manual mode input buttons, that would actually fire this off, which we don't want to happen unnecessarily. Though yeah, so long story short, that does actually need to go there. So if we don't do this, then it won't refresh the list. And we can't not do it here because this is an async task. So we'll probably get into the situation where we're refreshing the display before the data is finished generating, which means we don't get the latest view of the data, which means we're just going to have to refresh it twice, which is not optimal, but it's the only way of avoiding a lack of data. Just whack in some numbers and give it a try. So we click that, it refreshes, click it and it refreshes. Refresh. So it works as we want it to work, but it is doing a double refresh when you go from ship to sector, although it's not lagging, so don't think it's really causing us any grief. So the other thing we need to add now is when you press these buttons, this needs to update to reflect that. That's interesting, actually. So when you press that, we're losing the display as well. So it is actually firing an update through, it's just not regenerating the targets. So okay, we need to make sure it regenerates our target list, which means we need to fire this again. But we will only do that actually if we're on the right mode. So let's borrow all of that in a minute. Yeah, well, our like final Kickstarter goal was to have enough money to approach Paramount or CBS and ask for permission to include a legit Star Trek vessel within the game. Because of the way licensing works and because of how precious they are about IP and story and not including anything that would progress the story or change canon or anything like that, we would have to do it by way of it being a standalone DLC, whereby it's just almost as a technical simulation of a Star Trek vessel. So it wouldn't include any of the characters from the show. They'd all be generic Starfleet officers. It wouldn't include any of the plots or anything from the show. It would literally just be, here's a Star Trek vessel, here's a galaxy to explore it with. We wouldn't be progressing any Star Trek story in any way whatsoever. It would literally just be the technology within the game. And not just Star Trek either. So, I'd love to approach Firefly and get the rights to use Firefly within the game as well. And again, same deal. It's literally just the ship. No characters, no plots, no story. Just here's the ship. You can fly it around. Yeah, I would hope with the likes of CBS, and obviously StarSim would have to be a success, and we'd have to have probably a couple of million people playing it, and then we can take those numbers to CBS and say, look, here's our player base. We've got millions of players. We want to throw money at you. Please say yes, and see how it goes. It's essentially a win-win for them. I mean, they get money from the licensing, they get probably a profit share on DLC downloads, and they get free publicity. So it's like a win-win-win for CBS. But it does mean we would get to put a legit Starfleet vessel in the game. But there are lots of different franchises that I'd like to approach, and it would be lovely to build up a catalogue of different vessels from different franchises and just have them all playable within the game. Again, as standalone experiences, but at least to have them as a fully simulated vessel you can explore and just go and have fun with. Yeah, so, with the likes of Firefly, yeah, if it's a sublight vessel, then we can just have it tooling around the Sol system. There's a lot of work we have to get done first. Like finish the game, for example. Well, talking of collaborations, I think I would actually really love to do an Elite Dangerous collaboration as well. Maybe get one of the Elite Dangerous ships within the game. Imagine having a fully modelled Anaconda with a full interior as a vessel. I mean, they're quite big, so that would be quite cool. You never know, Frontier might be up for it. Similar deal to using it's a TVIP vessel, standalone, no story attached to it, just the vessel within the game, and they get to enjoy a share of the profits from any DLCs. For them, it's a win-win. Good question. So the vessel that is, I guess, nearest and dearest to me is the original Enterprise refit. So that's the Wrath of Khan version of the Enterprise. I'd love to do that properly, in detail, like every screw and bolt. That aside, I think Voyager. I'd love to do Voyager. It's practically the same size as the Magellan, so it's not a huge amount of work. And then, of course, the 1701D, which would be a tremendous amount of work. And I know that because of Stage 9. Yeah, I think that would fit nicely. Yeah, I'd love to do the Battlestar Galactica one. That would be good. Yeah, as a military vessel, and I guess like Star Sim, it's all very much physical wires and cables. It would be a good fit. In this instance, I don't think I need the double refresh actually, so should make those little plus buttons work. Right, so hopefully when I press this, this and this will update. Hoorah! Oh, there are a lot of stars in that range. It's funny actually, you can see the see how the data is generated from the satellite. This is one of the issues we need to resolve with this, is that the data structure, the real world data, is such that if I zoom all the way out, you can see the line through the galaxy where, in fact, you can also see the butterfly effect there. So that's where the satellite has been, the Gaia satellite has been looking out and recording stellar data. So that data structure is present within the game files because obviously that's what it did. Which is not ideal because it creates problems in the Galaxy Gen. So where is it? You can see the line essentially. Where's the line? Oh, there it is. So you can see the line there of stars because of the shape of the real world data. So we're going to have to remove some of the nothing stars from the data to kind of break that pattern a little bit because it does look weird. I think Elite Dangerous has a similar thing actually. There's a line of stars because of where the data was scanned from. That it doesn't like. Yeah, I mean, adding more is another solution, to be honest. Good night, Jammo. Thanks for joining. Yeah, you can really see the stellar grid here as well, with everything lined up on lines. Of course, because of the 1 light year resolution. I think I might change the 1 light year resolution problem with the displayed data. So when you're looking at the displayed version of the data, you don't get this grid effect because every star is at the middle of a 1 light year cube, and indeed the same when you're looking out the window. But just have it so that when you enter that 1 light year cube, then the star will be in the middle in terms of the game engine. That would make this look a lot more natural. Okay, but importantly, this is working, so that's good. Wow, the density of M-class stars is huge. I've noticed the same myself, actually, Festus. Yeah, I think I think this is that whole chicken and egg problem, where because it's running on an async task, it's drawing the map before it's finished rendering it. So once you've rendered it, the texture is ready, but of course it's already brought the map up before the texture was ready. So you have to kind of go back out and back in to bring it up. I just need to make sure that we do some check to make sure the map doesn't appear until the texture is definitely ready. Okay. Oh, thanks, Scotty. Yeah, as we move through and polish all these systems, the number of bugs on the tracker should reduce dramatically. Some of these stars are overlaid on top of each other. Oh, of course, but so basically because the density of stars is so packed, when they were refined down to a single light year, it means that they all got put on top of each other, which is why you've got 3 stars here occupying the same physical space. And then that one's 2 there on top of each other. It's probably a lot of that. That's lots of stars there. Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of M-class stars, all very, very close together. So yeah, this real-world data is going to need some work before it's clean. I don't think there's enough room below the floor for that, because there's only 1 meter of cavity, and in fact it's a little bit less than a meter because of the ceiling. Okay, so something else I needed to check actually is to see whether or not the auto refresh on off is working or not. So let's just give that a whirl. Didn't think warp was going to work then, but yeah, we're off. So this list should start updating as we move. Shouldn't break the highlight anymore though. Did it? No, it did break the highlight. Okay. Right, now if I turn that off, fingers crossed it will no longer refresh. Yep, I think we're good. Yep, okay, so we can definitely call that working. If we turn refresh back on, it just updates. Yeah, all good. So that's working as well. That monstrous amount of stuff works. All working as well. So basically what I'm doing and what I have been doing over the past few days is just going through every single element of the UI and just making sure all of it works. Right, so they're working now. So that should work as well. So obviously that hasn't updated, but will it update if I do that? Oh yeah, look, there's Sag A star right in the middle, so it definitely updated. But didn't do it when I pressed set, so that's the next one to update. That. Running the old bit of code there. So ideally, we only want to actually do anything if we're running on manual location mode. That will auto refresh anyway, so that's not needed. That should sort that out. Yeah, Ava's role aboard the ship will be greatly expanded. So like when you do things like do your survey like this, so when the survey is running, Ava will be, responding and just saying, survey complete and that sort of thing. Like initiating survey, survey complete. She'll do a countdown for FTL. She'll do ship-wide announcements to broadcast the fact the ship is now going to FTL, that sort of thing. So if we zero this value out and press set, that should reflect this. Or not. Okay, something's not working there. Yeah, planetary landings, we're going to try and get in relatively soon because we want to really start the development on that. It's going to be one of those systems which grows huge over time. So right now we want to do essentially the bridge crew gameplay in the next update. And then after that, we will see where we're placed and how well that goes. We might start doing planetary landings after that, although probably we'll look at sending probes down first. The initial implementation of planetary landings will probably have it so that you just run down to the shuttle bay and click a shuttle, or it will teleport you to the surface. Just as an initial way of us being able to test the whole system. And then we'll work on the actual flying down at a later date. But it would be nice to start getting those surfaces generated, and having surfaces explorable. But I would say sooner rather than later. It's one of the things that we need to start getting done and getting in the game, because it's a huge part of the exploration experience. Now, the concept artist was only working on the engines. I can show you an idea for the shuttle though, you bear with me. So we are, grab an image a sec. We're looking at using Dream Chaser as our kind of overall idea for shuttles and how we want them to go. Again, it's got that kind of like NASA-esque black and white design, and it's a practical design as well for both space and atmospheric flight. So I think something like this for the shuttles. Again, because we're doing real science and real engineering, the shuttles kind of have to be practical both in space and in atmospheres. Yes, I do need that after all. And in fact, that also needs to go the other way around. we set our manual coords and then we pull them out to generate the location. So that was happening in the wrong order. Yeah, sure. If you give me a second, let me just make sure this all works. So the behavior we're looking for is we want this to change when we press the set button. So when we press set, there we go. So now it's changed. And these should be the stars we have there, which they are because we're highlighting them. Great, so that's now working. So yeah, the next works. So what doesn't work is these buttons here, so they need hooking up next. And that when we press set, that should show us Saj. At least it will in the middle somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Great, so that's working. I just grab the concept art again a sec. So again, you've got the RCS hardware in what are essentially the four corners, and then you've got 4 engine pods for the sublight engines, and the reason there's 4 of them is because this is a stable, balanced configuration. So obviously if you only had 2 at the top, the nose would tilt down, vice versa for the one at the back. So you need to have 4 in order to thrust in a straight line. What we'll probably do is have these pylons as more of a engines and weapons platform. So we'll have obviously the sublight engines for fore and aft. So, and the point there is that they're able to thrust forwards just as much as they thrust backwards. Obviously to slow the ship down and go into reverse and that sort of thing. But we'll probably have a separate secure area in the middle, completely isolated from the engine parts, with a hard point for weapons. So the access up the nacelle pylon will be split. So you'll have engineering access for the 2 engineering sections, and then you'll have more generalized crew access for the tactical crew to get to the weapons platform. And that enables us to put 2 turrets up there, 2 turrets down there, and that gives us our full coverage of turrets then. Yeah, so the sensor dish on the roof here will be the only spinning dish on the ship, and that's just a very simple GPS dish. The other sensors will be in other locations, so we maybe put some on the front here, maybe have some sensors connected to the actual ring, but they need to be accessible by the player. So we might have maybe some sensor hardware underneath, or just mounted on top of the hull here. The sensors are going to be able to receive damage, so as a player you need to be able to get out onto the hull in order to fix them. So they need to be easily accessible. Yes, there will be spotlights all over the place. Yeah, well, I think the way I'm going to handle this, I want to keep the general shape of the pylons because I think they're quite nice, but I want to blend them more into the hull. So what I'll probably do is move them more outward, make them slightly more of a 45-degree angle. We can't really go more than 45 degrees because they do need stairs. So we'll have 45-degree stairs up the pylon, and then we'll bring them in slightly so they're thrusting through the middle of the ring and not like directly into the ring. And then shape-wise, they'll probably be less round than this, slightly more square, I expect, but we'll see once we actually build it. Yeah, there'll be nav. The ship's going to be covered in lights, spotlights, nav lights, highlighters, yeah, a beacon at the top, floodlights at the front. It'll have everything. Thank you. I can't claim credit for this. It was a concept artist that built the back of the ship. I just told him what I wanted, and this is what he came up with. It's nice. I like the feel of it. I like having big engines at the back like this. I think it offsets the front and the width of the ship because of the ring. The ship has to be quite wide, but it's also quite flat. So it needed something big at the back to kind of offset the width of the ship. Yeah, I think that does the job nicely. Yeah, I think that was the challenge. We don't want it to look like a Star Trek ship because we are our own thing. We're not trying to copy Star Trek. We're trying to do the same thing that Star Trek does our way. So we're not trying to copy Star Trek, but it's difficult to make a space vessel like this without it immediately looking like it came from Star Trek, because there are so many different Starfleet vessels that it's difficult not to look like one of them. But I think this definitely sits somewhere in the middle. I think there's an element of Orville to it, and there's an element of Trek to it. It's kind of in the middle there somewhere, but unique enough to be different. So you can't really put it side by side with a vessel from Star Trek or anything else and say, right, that looks like that, because it is different. Yeah, I really wanted the pylons to be moulded into the hull. Like these ones here are not moulded anywhere near enough, in my opinion. I wanted it to be a lot more continuous. So the hull line here would just blend naturally into the pylon, which means I might need to bring that bit in slightly. But I really wanted a really nice, smooth, organic curve. But you're limited in what you can do, with the shape of the ship as it is, because it's so wide. If it was a narrower ship, it would be easier. But yeah, it's quite fat. Yeah, I think that's it. It's there are so many space vessels from so many different franchises that you're hard pressed not to look like one of them somewhere. I can see it from below now. Obviously the underside's going to look different because this is just sea deck mirrored, but all the cargo bays and things will be underslung underneath, and then you've got all the main capacitors and things for the FTL are going to be in the vertical pylon there. I think what I'm not a fan of with this design is the fact that it kind of got that, like, I don't know, almost bird-like neck to it. I think I'd rather have it more of a connection into the pylon, so kind of go up more. Don't know. Something about that curve there that I'm not a fan of. Yeah, so there will be more curve. If you mean like around here, kind of stuck with that being a flat edge because obviously it's a continuation of this curve. So the curve that you have here is the same curve that carries around, and I know it looks flat, but it's not. It's actually the same curve. I don't know if you can see it better at the front, maybe. It just looks flat, but it is in fact this curve that carries around. But I'm going to break up this edge with a lot more detailing, so it's not quite so flat. Like where you have this curve here, I'll probably have a line of separate hull plating that goes all the way around the top, and that will have this shield grid embedded into it. So the shield grid will come all the way around, up and over like this, and that will be one shield segment. And then you'll have the same somehow at the back. Engines aside, I'll try to fit them in the shield yet. And then the same at the front. So obviously every piece of technology on the ship needs to be physically represented. So that includes the shield grid. It needs to have a physical piece of hardware somewhere. Yeah, it's funny if you have just two engines like in the mid plane, then it immediately just looks like Voyager. So it definitely needs the four engines. I like having the four anyway. I think it's a nice balanced design. It needs that vertical height again because the rest of the ship is relatively thin. It needs something chunky at the back. Yeah, I'll definitely build on this some more. Again, there are aspects of this which don't fit with the ship interior, and that's always the issue when you're getting a concept artist to do an external ship model. It's never going to fit the interior, so there's going to have to be some fudging here and there to make it all fit. Yes, Olivia, there will be Jeffrey's tubes equivalents all over. And yes, Starship news, absolutely. think this is time for an obligatory minimizing of windows. Disclaimer, we are not currently the NASA spaceflight stream. Oh, don't get me started on the Discovery turbolift city. I don't think I've ever seen anything in sci-fi quite as ridiculous as the turbolift city. I mean, I can't think of a single thing that's worse than that. Right, buttons is what we need next, isn't it? It's funny when, I mean, I'm obviously familiar with that shape because it was one of the original Enterprise designs that was, suggested way back in the day, and they reused it for the Crossfield class. But when I saw the very first sneak trailer for Discovery yonks and yonks ago, I actually thought it was like a fan trailer. I was looking at the ship and I was thinking, no, that can't be real. And I swore blind to myself that it was a fan trailer, that wasn't real. And then, yeah, when that actually was the ship design they went with, I was like, really? And it all went downhill from there. Exactly, yeah, exactly, Ani Nani. That's why I thought it was a fan trailer, because the CGI was pretty terrible, and the ship model was awful, and I literally thought it was just like a fan thing on YouTube. I was shocked that it was like the actual legit sneak trailer. Oh god, please don't reboot Enterprise. Yeah, to be honest, Jonathan Archer's one of my favourite captains, and I know that's probably, an odd decision, but I don't know, I guess what we're building with Starsim and how we're representing humanity within Starsim, going out there for the first time, exploring the galaxy for the first time as humans on a human-made starship. Not the sort of the non-human TNG era where people they don't have the same kind of human traits that we have. They don't have the same flaws. Whereas with Enterprise and Jonathan Archer, he's just a flawed human being, and I like that, and I like how proactive. I like the fact he thinks outside the box, and yeah, I just think Jonathan Archer is a great captain. But that's I guess it's the Jonathan Archer era that is kind of what we're doing with this game. Like the feel of it is kind of that. It's real humans with real human technology exploring the real Milky Way. It's us trying to, I guess, imagine what that would actually be like. I do, yeah. Sorry, this has turned into just a waffling stream, hasn't it? Yeah, I'd happily do an NX class in the game, to be honest. Again, you know, if CBS were up for it, I think we'd happily sign a deal. And again, as a standalone thing, no characters, no plot, no story, just the ship and the technology. Well, that variable's doing a whole lot of nothing. Okay, I'm handing the Trek chat over to you guys. Just trying to remember what I was doing with this last time. So technically, we should be able to just use the same macro verbatim. Setting both of those. Okay, so we get rid of that. Move all that out of the way. Plonk that in there. We need a long range version of this one. And same here, I assume. basically this will work on either of those, so that's fine. So take a copy of them, pop them in there. Yep, so that's basically hooking up all these buttons. And again, it needs to be the case that what we edit here also is reflected here, because these are connected together. So if we edit that, we should be able to now type in here, which we can't. Brilliant. So we can definitely type there. And that does update there as expected. And then that should update there, which it does. None of these buttons hook up, so that needs sorting out. Let's follow the breadcrumb trail. I see the issue. They're not named properly, so the naming convention has the word long in it to differentiate it from the other ones, which means that needs to look like that. So we just need to pop in that extra bit there and all of these. It's annoying that it unconnects the pins. I suppose disconnect would be the word. Good night, Scorpio. Have a good one. Let's try that again. Definitely not piping through still. Okay, so I'm sending the button ID, it's going through here. Let's make sure we're actually setting our manual input field properly, because we might not be. That one, yeah, that's fine. Let's compare it to the other one. Give it the whole hog. Good night, Scotty. And Creaker's me. Good night as well. I'll be heading off myself soon, actually, because it's nearly midnight here in the UK. In fact, it'll be midnight in 3 minutes. I think there's plenty of stuff here actually that's working to warrant putting a build out, so I will stick a build out after the stream. There's a fair bit of new stuff actually since the last build last Wednesday. The roadmap is looking long. So those are all hooked up as they are supposed to be. So I guess we'll let's stick a couple of debugs on there just so we know what we're doing. Long range Y button, and it's also number 5 randomly. So it's definitely recognizing that we're getting the right thing. And we're definitely sending the number 5. Okay. So what it's not doing is it's not updating the display. So I'm assuming, therefore, one here. So all of this is what it should be doing. And it should be doing that on the long range sensors. Right, I see what's happening here. So it's basically implicitly clearing those fields, which we don't want it to do. We want essentially this instead. So we can delete that, pop that in there, and connect these ones up. Long range X, long range Y, long range Z, and we need that action message in there to tell it to clear the field. Right, so it should only clear the field if we specifically click on the edit button. Oh, that's weird. It probably won't work on my test map. Yes, Captain tier backers have dev build access. Okay, long range, edit. There we go. So if I do, let's say 15,000 negative set. So now that we've set that, we should have access to it on here as well, which we do. And then if we select, say, that star there, that should also be indicated here as our selection, which it is. Okay, so means we now have access to all of these. Interesting that it clears the display. Delete button's not working. Alright, let's fix that. So they are working. Oh yeah, I've not hooked up to anything, that's why. Should be on that one. The clear function, I'm going to change to a cancel instead of clear. I just need to store these coordinates before we change them. Slightly more complicated, so I'll do that at a later date. But basically, that will allow you to just cancel out of any changes. Right, so it should not be updating anything until you press set. So the same on here. So if we edit this value and we change it, it shouldn't do anything until you press set. Okay. Interesting. That's a good question. What would a clear function do? That's the bigger question. Okay, so when we're pressing the buttons here, it's updating the holo display. And we don't want it to. We only want it to update when we press set. And even more strange, the value that it's coming up with isn't even the sector that we're on, so. It is the sector that we're on. It's just it was coming up with less stars. So if we look at JG3168, I think that is. Press set. That one stays there, and then there's more stars populate around it. Okay, so just pressing these buttons is flashing the display, which it shouldn't do. Okay. Given that it's midnight, I'm going to make that a problem for another day. One last thing that I do need to fix, though. If we just go into this system and target that planet. Right there, in fact. cheat our way over. So that should take us to level 2 on all those planets. Which it does. And, oh, it's interesting, not there, but then that won't have refreshed yet. So if we come out of that and go back into it again, it has now refreshed. So to stop that from happening, I need to make it, when you go from long range to medium range and then back, it needs to have already changed it back to the star listing. That would stop that from happening completely. Right, so short range, we have that ball there. Which is giving us a planet. Obviously we need to give that a texture. Got no zoomy zoom yet. That it's lost its highlight. Oh, we don't even have a highlight, that's why. Right, so for the sake of the build, obviously there's no texture on the ball, and this is because we are now generating that texture on the fly rather than spawning the actual planet object. Go and find our thing there. There. So we now have that sphere on short range. Refresh anything's a matter of course for the time being. And then not do any of this. This is all the code which works out what to spawn on the holo display, so I'm not going to do any of that. Instead, close down these tabs. So on the event graph, we need to get a reference to the planet painter, which is essentially that. There's a holo display going on there. Park it there for now. Create that variable. So this is that little box on the bridge. That's that little box there. So that is going to be a physical server within the server rack down on B deck, C deck, and that's actually generating the planet textures within the game. And I love how meta that is, having the physical server that's doing the work on the ship in a server rack. And I'll do the same for the Galaxy Gen and everything as well. We'll actually have physical servers that do those things, just just kind of hidden in the server room. It's a nice little Easter egg. Right, so now we've got a reference to the Planet Painter. We need to go and grab stuff from it. So if we just remind myself what I did last time. Yeah, exactly. So if the server gets destroyed, there's no more galaxy. But of course it will be invulnerable. Why that's there. Might have been a hanger-on from an old bit of code. Yeah, it was. I did it here instead. Right, that's more like it. Okay, so a similar thing here where we have to send a blueprint interface away and then receive one back with all the stuff we need because that is an async load. And of course we don't want to do anything until that load is complete. So we have to split up the requests like this. Which means we need basically that same function here. And of course this needs to implement that blueprint interface as well, which would be a galaxy system. So if I repaste that, it should have a reference to it this time. No, of course not. Right. What's it called? Actually, let's compile it and try again. No, right. Fine, I'll get it manually. Or not. Was it not Galaxy System? Oh, okay. No, it wasn't. Blah, 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 blah. That one's what we wanted. There we go. Now we've got the event we needed. So that would be there. Of course. Of course. Right, so I'm going to have to move the functionality of our scene capture here. Yeah, to move that into the planet texture generator, because it needs to send a flat 2D image as well. Okay, which means really that just needs to be on the default scene route. So let's pop that there. Pop that there again. No, actually, we don't need to do that bit, do we? No, we don't. No, that's fine, actually. We can just do that. Should be enough. So what we need to do here now is we need to load surface map, and then give that all of the variables, which means we need the sensors data, and out of this huge long list of variables we need the selected system object. And then we break that struct, and that should give us all the juicy bits we need. So that gives us our seed, gives us our temperature, which is in another struct. So temperature should be in here. And the object type goes in there. Right, and that should render the planet texture on that ball with just this rather than all of this. So all of this can be deleted and we just do this instead. Let's just make sure it works. So short range, and there we go. So of course it was yeah, it was displaying the default texture before it appeared, so that's no good. Oh, that seemed to work all right. Make the ball bigger. Also, right, so visibility needs to be based on whether or not we actually have something selected. So if we go for detail target there, so the visibility of the sphere needs to very much stem from whether or not we've got an object selected. So that should take care of that random Earth-like appearing. What else? And the sphere itself, let's make it a little bit bigger. So when we press short range, there should not be a planet there. Great, no planet. The planet should appear when we click that. Great. And then the surface map should be correct, which it is. Great, okay, so that'd be good then. Right, and if we then fly over to a different planet, it shouldn't be there. I think I need to clear the fact we've got a short range target selected, but so if we do select that one, right, we now go across to the other one. Essentially, that should disappear, and then so should that disappear at the same time. I've kind of got a feeling it's not going to, though. Tell you what, I'll engage the FTL, shall I? Get us there a bit quicker. So essentially, when there's nothing in range, this needs to clear. So fix that. All right, now when we click this, it should change to the new one, which it did, and then we should have a surface map of that one, which we do. Okay, working as intended. There is that planet. Of course, the reason it looks different is because that is lit by the star. So obviously the star is casting a different shade of light on that than the bridge is on here. It's to be the same planet covered in craters. Craters too, yeah, looks to be the same. Excellent. Oh, I also need to change the mesh because it's a very low poly mesh, so that can be fixed as well. It's way too jagged. But I would say that's enough working functionality for a build. And then the next job after that is to make sure that when you scan it, you get your third blob. And that's the full... Well, once that works, you should be able to scan systems up to 100%, which would be nice. And I think, other than that one glitch there, I think we're good for this. Be sure that that works there. T-class, yeah. Didn't show all of them there. That's weird. Oh, L and Y. Okay. So if I just select M, there should be 3 M-class stars. Yep, great. I will fix this pop-up so that the text is not like right up against the edge, and there's a bit more breathing room between each selection, and also that the background highlight doesn't get rid of the text. That's just some visual tweaking. Right, so I would say that's a decent point to stop the stream, and a decent point to put a build out as well. So I shall go and do that. Thank you once again, everyone. Always a pleasure to have you on the stream. And well done again to SpaceX for doing just a mind-blowing feat of engineering today. So it's just, yeah, still blowing my mind. Yes, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for your support. And I don't often say this, but please like and subscribe. Let's grow the channel a little bit. Okay, so next stream is on Wednesday, and I shall see you then. Have a good week, and bye for now.